Thought this was a degen stream? No, saying. Then you're incorrect.
Looks like I found the river.
This is not a degen stream.
Otto, sorry I'm late.
Oh, Clive. I had a quick scout about, and I reckon this area's our best bet. Seems Blackthorn's the only one who thinks smithing with his Stardust stuff's a good idea. It's just lying here, waiting for any old fool to fill his boots.
But unlike any old fool, you thought to bring a wagon.
Well spotted. Now get filling.
Now get filling. You just told me. All right.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
I've got a box of Stardust. If that's all it is black sand. I mean, I've got that. No, I got black sand. TG's rich. Fuck. No, I am not. Bruh. Well, if you're in this game, reality. Yeah, if I'm in that game's reality, yeah.
What's those getting on?
But I'm not. I'm not, sadly.
How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
More than me. Put it all together and I can't see Blackthorn complaining. Much. Here, Clive. Do you fancy a walk?
In this stifling sun? You insane?
Sid will be proud.
Of what?
Of you, you idiot. The way you've carried on what he started.
Suddenly auto takes to a brothel. Do you remember we already went to one earlier in the story?
5 years on, you're the one doing the feeding. So thanks for proving me wrong.
You weren't wrong. But I changed. Thanks to Sid. And thanks to you. When I suggested taking on his name, you were the first to back me. And if you hadn't, no one else would have. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Otto.
Yo, give over. You're making me blush. All I did was choose hope over despair. I gave you a chance. Yes,
Thank you, Max.
but you're the one who took it. You took a rabble of homeless, hopeless outcasts and put them back on their feet. Gave them something worth fighting for, just like the old Sid did.
And you're upset squareenix didn't push the family-friendly lines. Maybe in the next Final Fantasy.
About time I was heading back, I reckon. All this scrabbling about in the sand's taken its toll on the old pins.
Thank you, Max. Thank you.
I'll see you back at the hideaway then.
Take care of yourself, okay?
You can take a well-earned rest when you get there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. But I'll make sure Blackthorn gets his precious black sand before I put my feet up. He'll only moan otherwise.
That was really nice.
Ready to go home, boy?
Alright. We done all the side quests. Back on with the main quest. Yep. Let's go.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
Nice to get out and about for once. Let's do it again sometime, eh?
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Got a lot of points for that. God damn.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
I wonder if there was another way to make that quicker. Probably could have gone the other way.
We're seeing troops amassing.
It says if you went with Gav, you'd romance them. No. Doesn't really bother me either way. If there even is romancing mechanics in this game, because I don't know if there is. But if there is, it's got to be Joel.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need.
Wow, fortunate.
What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's the name?
What's her name? Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
Bro, I'm considerably dangerous.
Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Does this game legitimately actually have, like, romancing or, like, dating mechanics, etc.? I'm doubtful.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the
Yeah,
Vales.
I thought so.
Leave anything you don't need behind.
This way. Oh. I got the wrong way. I don't come to this town very often, so navigating it is always a pain in my ass. There is, however, some exchange between 14 team and 16 team. And how do you mean? Some exchange. Like a cameo character from 14, or if we have a squareenix account, we get some bonus items in 14 or something. I think they want to borrow some assets to add 14. I was gonna try and counter them, but yeah.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
Oh, sorry.
Anybody home?
Oh.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
Not a difficult enemy, but you got to be really careful of Doom. That's like the one serious thing. Watch out for that Doom.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Quest complete. Letting off steam, part 2. We got accessory or something then? Oh, goodness me, man. Probably have some peanuts. That's what I need. Need some protein.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
No surprises there.
How may I help you today, Clive?
A token. Briar clamshell. Ooh. 800 points.
Here you are.
550.
All done?
Need to go back to the bloody blacksmith soon. What? Am I not allowed to eat peanuts? Have you got a nut allergy? Is that it?
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
You're just waiting for me to pull out a jar of peanut butter. Don't tempt me. I know for a fact we got them downstairs. Imagine like police chest cam, they like break into this residence that's like a haunted house. It's like decrepit and cobwebs and there's no lights on. And there's some like gremlin like creature scuttling around in the dark. And they finally find it and it's just me hunched over with an open jar of peanut butter.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine.
I haven't eaten peanut butter by the spoonful in a long time, but
next.
I do, yes, Robert. It's good stuff.
The edges.
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can
Chunky or
imagine,
creamy?
she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
Generally go for creamy.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
What's next? Someone in chat going to admit they eat raw cookie dough. You people need help. We need help eating all this raw cookie dough.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Hi, Jill.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Jill.
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list.
We haven't got to go out with Jill in a while.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in
Pepio
Northreach.
nuts.
Is that so?
I'm sorry, I don't have any
visit
Pepio
Northreach anyway.
nuts.
I'll set
Only
out now.
these nuts.
Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Show it. Look, it was right there on the table. And by right there on the table, I mean like literally on his table. Like... Where are we going? Where are we going, Jill? We haven't got to hang out with Jill in what feels like too long. I also still remember when Clive was about to kiss Jill and Gav walked in. You like that one raid party member that cracks bad jokes for fighting a boss? You're welcome.
Are those Pepio nuts?
Because without me,
I can never tell.
you wouldn't have Leroy Jenkins.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
She wants to look for my nuts. So bad. The fact that it's bad makes it funny to me. Like, it's not an intelligent joke. It's just so tenacious.
What can I interest you in today?
The fact that it like winds people up as well. Only like further.
I trust it's all here.
Only further amuses me.
Buy, sell, or be gone.
Pepio nuts. The edible fruit of the Pepio plant is prized by chocobo breeders, although the superstition that it lends a stud bird additional stamina seems largely founded on its blushing swollen form and any quantifiable result.
If that's what you want. Good riddance.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Things would have been different at the mother.
Jill.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Great and clever comedians are all out their graves to slap DG at this point.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
and they lived happily ever after.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Bread gang. Do you know what goes good on bread?
I wonder how Harpocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
Peanut butter. That's it. There's no joke there. It was just peanut butter. Clive, you missed your chance again.
Progressing, Harpocrates.
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew.
I don't know. They might have done something a bit cheeky.
We may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you.
Yes.
It was nice just being with you.
Just don't doubt me, Jill.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Harpocrates.
Damn, you get a lot of blue points for that quest.
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
For that, we'll go to the blacksmith. I think I can craft a new piece of gear.
Thanks to Sid.
Clive? So, what'll it be?
Not that. Diamond sword +1. White worm bone. There we go. Wait. Drake Slayer bracelets. Gelatinous mass dragon scalotite. Guess I'll make this.
Last you a good while.
Reinforce.
That it?
Guess so.
Fine.
Alright.
He cracked the crystal too. You joking?
It's no joke.
I've got new letters from all my adoring fans. Oh, I'm joking, I don't have those. I apologise for what happened at Rosalith. I fear what might have been had not you, Gav, Toggle, fought fiercely. Once again, you were there when I needed you most. For that, I shall forever be grateful. Seeing the city I would once come to know as my home, reduced to flame and rubble, has left me with much sadness in my heart. The time for looking back is beyond us. We must focus on the here now. Our memories will be waiting for us. Oh, dear. I don't care what else to say. There's our little trophies. Right, let's go find mid. Let's see if I can find a shortcut through this way. Oh, it looks at yeah.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
Hey, no racetracks, rest up.
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
It's good to see you, Trax. Hope you recover soon.
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
The way you said that. Precision walloping. Sometime later. Oh, grief.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
We're gonna get an airship.
Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
Must admit, I did not expect to get an airship in this game.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Like, I know, getting an airship is quite a, you know, it's a fairly traditional thing. There you go, the school. It's a fairly traditional thing in Final Fantasy games, but given what the world map of this is, of this game is like, and I just felt like it wasn't really going to happen. Plus the level of technology they have exhibited up to this point.
He cracked the crystal too.
But there you go. And DG's crash it just like he crashed both CPs. I crash it. Oh my god, I've got 3 more side quests to do. Off the record, I was thumbing through hideaway ledgers at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention. By that I mean immediately, you know where I'll be. Okay.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Oh no, oh no, no, no. Five. Something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit. What?
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
If they try to sneakily throw, like, a pie, I had to pause then and remember what the word was, because I've never been to one. The pennies, mate, Toggle speaks French now. Using help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the droop of his jowls lately, so I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the leather. What was in his mind? Maybe there's other demons jabbing the pitchforks. I know they're a busy bloke. Next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's going on. Got him so hot and bothered. Doing it in the forge. Okay.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
We have to solve everybody's problems, but it's okay. We will do this. I believe.
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations.
Bruh.
I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
It's for Torgor. Gotta do all the side quests.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgor. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Let's go talk to the blacksmith. We'll do all the dialogue before we run off and save everybody.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, he's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
Nintendo 64.
An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Soft touch?
Thank you.
How about you give me a soft touch on these nuts?
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord
Not
Ignat's the
mooning
man you
anyone.
want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Where I left him dead and buried.
And he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Okay, right, let's go talk to Gout.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
That girl's like, what the fuck is going on?
I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you.
Kebab, yes please.
This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go.
He's like
You know
he's
why
like
I
a
only gave
Twitch
Master
chat
Clive
mod.
here 2 star rubies.
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
Well, bugger me, he's kind of fucked up. Wow. Wow. Right. Any more of the side questos? Let's go back over here again. Norwich. We'll go to the brothel, meet the dame. There you go, Grimlock. Stand there for me.
There's talk that the glass gate.
So bitches.
Did you hear?
The gates to heaven.
I want to see you.
God, it's already been 4 hours stream. Good grief.
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts?
Whatever is the occasion. Oh my. Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the Hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the Hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the Hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that.
Alright, one down. Next, let's go over here. Whew. Laser beam cat t-shirt.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again?
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the Hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the Hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do. Go will want to know the stones were delivered.
Ooh, there's another quest over there.
If he's still with it.
I may as well just do it now then. It's the best way out of here. Here we go. Oh, good grief.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
I've no idea how he lost so much money, villain. I'd like to know. Got the wrong way.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
Where's this giant antelope?
I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
Stay down.
Damn. Just got hit by the antelope. Easy peasy.
Now.
Oh.
Will it be enough, I wonder?
Oh, he's so excited.
I say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsmen our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy.
The biggest.
You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
Oh, let's give him a pat.
After it.
The bestest boy. Nothing else there. Here's another one. Do these side quests is a little tiresome, but we've come this far doing them all, so I don't see any good reason to stop.
Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
Gone. The whole mother crystal gone. What are we gonna do?
And some of them give me really nice EXP and all that jazz. Sounds like you really 100% this game.
My reputation will be ruined.
I haven't honestly decided.
Calm yourself,
I don't know how
I beg of you, before you do
how difficult some of the trophies are going to be.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving.
His favourite show has stopped.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry, was his name Ignac? Oh, I dropped it. I had it in my mind, then it went.
Sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? No. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen.
Ignac.
Yes, I'm afraid.
What's that children's rhyme?
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage.
Doggy got a bone pad.
But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my
People
power
just like,
to
what the fuck are you talking about?
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamal is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Ingachu! Thank you for the braid. How was your stream? Ingachu's an art streamer, chat. I don't know why. I guess I'm just tired, so I'm being loopy. All these side quests just like make me really tired. Ingachu, how are you doing? How was your stream? Thank you for doing the shout. Software and game development. Oh, damn. Hi, Aphrodite. Ingachu, have you been well? Wake up, DJ. I'm sorry. I like when I'm not very engaged, I get like really drowsy. You know? I just get really sleepy.
Like the wind.
Away! Guys, make sure you follow Ingachu and Crayon and Aphrodite. They're all amazing game developers, artists, and just great beings. Yeah. I've been so well. Lots of art and game making. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I can't fly over there. This is a dream you have to wake up. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. I'm enjoying Final Fantasy 16. I'm going the wrong way. You love Final Fantasy games? If you've not played this one yet, Ingachu, this one is more action orientated than any of the other Final Fantasy games. But honestly, I'm really liking it. It's very dark and quite grim as well. It's odd but nice to see your face.
Let's go.
Can't tell if that's... Yeah. Never mind. So keen to see how it is. This is the first you've seen. Oh, right. Do you want to see some combat? Thank you. I'll show you some combat.
Straight home now.
So square button is like this. Triangle button is your spells. You charge it up. If you hold down R2, you get access to your abilities, which is like, you can see these on the bottom right of the screen, and they do different things. I do this. You can equip different skills as well, so we'll go into that. You've also got, you can't see this behind the camera. Let me just remove my camera for a second. At the top left, you can change your icon. So like basically your element and what abilities you get. You've also got a limit break gauge, which is that orange one. which basically puts you in like a hyper state where you do more damage. So abilities have a cooldown on them, so you can't just spam them. So I'll show you a really cool one. And you'll see the circle around the icon is very, very slowly building back up. Or if I do this one, that one builds much quicker. And you also have circle button, which is it depends on which element you're on. So this is like a shield counter. This is a dash in. This pulls the enemy to me if it's small enough. I've also got the Icon of Thunder, Ramu, but he plays slightly different, and you can only have so many icons. You can only have 3 icons equipped at one time. So if we look here, so we've got Phoenix. The hell? Well, let me change it. Oh, there it is. We've got Phoenix here, and then we've got like a bunch of different skills that we can equip. But we can only have 2 equipped at once, and then we can change this one out. We can put Ramu on, and then equip that stuff. You've got these as your equipment. You've got accessories. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, there we are. And you've got your skill tree sort of a thing as well. It's less of a tree and more like save up enough points, buy the skill, and then just make it stronger. So like this one is mastered. This is mastered. It's got that gold ring around it. But this one has like the grey rings around it, so that's not mastered. And it looks like there's a few more icons on there. That's pretty much how the combat is in a nutshell. It's a very, very action-oriented game. Compared to the other FF games anyway. I really enjoy it. Action games my jam. I'm not very good at like strategy games or stuff like that. So yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. Make sure you follow Aphrodite, Ingachu, Crayon. EG's cursed with Badger. You just don't appreciate it, villain. You don't appreciate it. My transcendent comedy. Thank you for doing the shout out. Thank you. Oh, you have R1 to like dodge as well. So you can parry enemies like that too. So if you hit R1, it does this little like dodge thing. And yeah. You'll see it in action.
Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off.
So if you break, the larger enemies have this yellow meter beneath them, beneath their health. And if you break them, they go into a vulnerable state. It is a big stick, actually, you're right. So that was a good counter that. Didn't get another one. Ah, fuck. Yo, Doggo wants a stick. We just got him. We went out hunting for like giant animals to give him bones. I love that. We went hunting for like giant. I don't know what they were called. Some kind of wild animal. It jumps around. Can't remember.
This must be Ignac's luggage.
Pet him nice, but you can pet the dog as well.
All right. Let's get it back to Delamil.
You prefer oldie G being a sweetie gamer than bad jokes maker? I don't remember that person. I've always been this one. To my mind.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twin.
I would have sold this old guy.
Used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself. And
10,000 seems excessive, yeah.
Payment.
Thank you.
I think he's referring to like katanas.
However, it is long past.
If you ever seen like
to depart.
katanas being manufactured,
I am locked in bitter competition.
they end up
with a
using
rival
like
collector of
tiny
curiosities.
stones, some of which like
I am
not
one
much
step
bigger than
ahead
the
of the
grain of rice,
unscrupulous scoundrel,
to
but he
really
is
get
hard
that
at
edge.
my heels.
And there are many other collectors out there.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield. And is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Get the hell out of here. Back to the town. Is there another side quest I missed? I'm trying to do all the side quests because why not? Let's start with this guy. The bookkeeper for this place.
Mid told me she was
He
building
screwed up and he owes like 15 million gil or something mad.
Goat, Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby?
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
So I did.
Refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
I expected you pawned off the gem or something then. Oh well. Oh, there is another side quest. I need to start. Oh. But where else does all that materia go, villain? Just think about that the next time you play Final Fantasy VII.
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you like my hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you?
He's always been a prince.
But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you
No
get
worries,
the rest, whether
Ingachu. You
like
take
it or
care.
not.
Thank you for the raid. And good luck with your game development.
Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
I don't know who she's talking about.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit, or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. And having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his nag.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him, forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth.
Shit's heavy, dude.
He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction, and I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather goat were at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's...
This'll do me just fine. Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
Kim's good, man. So good.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
Found some antelope. That was the damn thing. We found giant antelope.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after, I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
Got 5 for later, not just 1.
You can, aye. I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. But one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid.
Torgal has
in short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
Do we get to like swap his element around now or something? That increases Toggle's attack potency. Have a look. He's got some ultimate in him. He's got some dog in him. That's what he's got. Attributes. The blood of Fenrir. No, change image. Whoa. Millennial decay. Doesn't seem like we can change his element or anything like that. You want to pet him? Right, let's see if we can go pet him. Nah, I don't think we can because we're not out in the field.
Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword then?
I did better than that.
Hey, a whetstone?
Yes, but not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valisthean steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy now. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
He'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
I've got the materials page. Blacksmith Blues 2. Excalibur design draft.
Back, are ya?
I never left. Your Malkin Hyde and Bomba Emma. Very interesting. Diamond Sword 2. God damn.
And?
Right. There was one more side quest. Yep.
Sid, reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities.
And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough.
It's pretty damn fun, honestly, Fireplace.
I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
Sure, why not?
I imagine Tyre could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright.
When it's hype, it's like really hype.
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame isn't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
Alright, let's do it. Who wants me to kill a bomb king?
I think Mid might need some help.
Oh, I unlocked a new reward.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Hand over the goodies. Meteorite? It's not
Here you
really a
are.
good one, but I'll take it. Expand renown to unlock. Oh, High Cleric's medallion.
Come again. I may have more for you.
The Bombu Kingu. There was another thing I needed to fight, right? Was it a Grimalkin? You on the hunt for Bomb King, Cooper? If so, I have a billet that might interest you. The Croc. Sam Breck. The Croc Sam Breck. Sure, it was a Grimalkin whisker. The Cattery Dalmechia? Okay. Oops. Dalmechia. Sambrek, the Croc. Hang about. Me, little Moogle. Let's do the easy one first. The Cattery Dalmechia. But I don't even know if I need to do that one, to be honest. We should check with a blacksmith.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Because I think we need something from the Bond King and like a whisker to make the Excalibur sword.
Clive, what's saying Fordian, do you?
Grimalkin hide. So yeah, we literally need those two to make that.
Anything else?
Grimalkin hide was what, the Croc? Oh, I can't remember. I can't even remember. The Cattery, Dalmechia. Okay. Dalmechia, which is... oh, okay, this is... View the local map. Cattery. The Jaws... ain't there. How do we get over there, I wonder? Wake... Oh, was I already clicking on that one? Velcro. Oh, so that's this literally these three things. Battery. I mean, I've clearly not gone this way, but like... Peculiar. There's no one else down here, right? Was area... Okay, see if there's any more clues and actually read the document this time. Right, just off the Sickle, the road that leads to the Dal Mill to the Jaw, lies a dead-end canyon into which travellers moving at night are wont to stray, providing... Just off the Sickle. Which was down here, yeah. Oh, that was more difficult than it needed to be. It's my fault, I blamed myself.
Good girl.
The big bloody dude over there. Is he one of the
Thanks, girl.
Epic fights? I think he is. He is. Alright, let's do it. The 9 of Knives. These guys are a pain in my ass.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come, let us feast on your flesh.
Your feasting days are over.
Fuck. Shit, dude. These guys are right pain in my ass. Ooh, I should try countering them. Oh my god. Fucking hell.
I break your blood! Nice try.
That seemed to work. Just the way I like it. Thank you, Sam. Damn, still catch it.
Nice try.
Oh fuck, you got me.
I needed that.
Stab him in the ass. Yeah, the shield on them works pretty nicely. I like that. What combat mechanics feel better to you for spoken of this one?
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
That's tough. Which is better? I would probably lean a little more toward Forspoken, and the big reason why is because in this, like, this isn't bad by any means, but yeah, I know, I'll definitely say Forspoken. In this, there's a lot of me hitting square, triangle, square. Keep fucking it up now. That. There's a lot of me just doing that, and then like evading and popping my counter. Like, it's not bad by any means. But if Forspoken, you had so many different spells to juggle, and you're like, man. Forspoken is like the only game, I can think of where playing as a spellcaster is really good. Like, instead of just like being entirely on the back lines, go pew 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 like the whole game, right? Like, you got all these different effects you can like put into action. In this, you're limited to like 6 spells at once, you know, like your things down here. But in that, you had like 4 different elements, I think it was, and like 6 spells, or like more like 12 per element. It's mad. And you had them all activated, and you just like did them left and right. Yeah. I would say Forspoken. In my humble opinion. And the whole like... Oh, where am I fucking going? Oh, it's probably down here. Like, the combat in this game is good, like, no question. But if you to compare the two, like, there's a lot of just like doing this, you know. Of just like tapping this one button. Hey, hello. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I think it's got new DLC, right? But to be honest, I haven't even picked up the DLC. There's only so much you can do to like... I almost want to say change the opinions of others on the internet, but not quite right. What are you laughing about?
Stay down. Farewell.
Villain, I'll give you something to laugh about. Yes. Fucking yes. About as funny as you are. You went to have fish and chips the other day? Oh nice, did you enjoy it? Or did you not enjoy it because I've ruined fish and chips for you now?
Let me introduce you to
I've induced fish and chips PTSD to you. Yes, and when I asked if they've seen people eat with ketchup, go on, I'm waiting for the punchline. The way it said, wait, hang on. You had fish and chips in a restaurant. Mostly younger kids. I'm sorry. Did you not know that I'm a man-child? I play video games professionally. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for like 14 years. I like comic books. I build Warhammer. I paint Warhammer. Damn, I kicked that thing so hard. Head went into the wall. I own a Kamen Rider belt. DT's a weed. Oof. Let's go with that, yeah. Oof, you broke my guard, damn. Shit. Press one key. So easy. Hey Ken, what's up? It's a DG face, it is, yes. That
wasn't too bad, was it, Torgal?
That's easy, bro. Easy. How you doing, Kitten? Guys, you should check out Kitten. Kitten's great. Kitten's a real streamer, not like me. Hey, I'm glad you're doing well. Thank you for doing the shoutouts.
Is that the thing Tom's
How do you figure that? I don't know. I'm just always putting myself down, Kitten. I figure if I put myself down, nobody else would do it. Not that it actually works like that. Right, I need to find this Bombo Kingu. Do you remember what you did last time, Kitten? Cursebreaker aiming for Imperial Chase took a wrong turn into nearby wood, within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship, and within them a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. The soldier later identified the creature as an almanac of echoes. I'll still here for the fucking meme. What, the turtle thing? But that was firm in her instances. The bomb she saw is near 10 times the size. Imperial Chase. The Croc. Sambarek. Yeah, he put it in my Discord, yeah. Just don't pay any attention, Kitten. That's how I deal with it. Just don't pay any mind. It might be there. Why don't you just hate it? Hey, so long as you had a good laugh. Alright, oh, I should buy some healing items.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
Alright, I think I'm heading this way. Check this out, kitten.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
DG can't laugh at himself. No, I laugh at myself all the time. Don't you hear me put myself down all the time? And also laugh about it? The whole cactus prick thing is just when I feel like... when I kind of go into overdrive, where I'm like, no, I am actually a piece of shit. How could anyone possibly fucking like me? What a fucking...
Thanks, girl.
Kitten, I got banned in somebody's chat the other day. Like literally yesterday, I think it was. Or maybe the day before. And all I did was I said, I like the sparkles in your hair, and there was no response. And then after like a minute or whatever, I was just like, so how have you been? You know, I haven't spoken to you in a while or something like that. And that's it, just banned.
It's over.
Come on, Villa. I know it's only 10 seconds, but... don't abuse your powers, eh? A villain never forgets. Well, this villain needs to give. Bruh.
Come on.
If I was so vindictive that I would time out or ban people for stuff that happened in like other streams and stuff like, fuck me. Promise to play DBD with them today. Oh, I see. DBD's more important. I get it. It's okay. Not like you've played that game. Enjoy Dead by Daylight, kitten. I'm fucking with you. Don't worry, Jesus. Just enjoy DBD. Oh, a little dragon. Should we kill it? I'm actually looking for a bomb. Oh yeah, it's your birthday. Oh god. Did you like the video? Do you know what? Hot take. It's time for another one of DG's hot takes. Take it easy, kitten. Time for another one of my hot takes, right? Nobody actually enjoys DBD. They just use it as a tool to hang out with one another. But they don't actually enjoy it. Put that there. Might be down there. People actually enjoyed it. You'd see more people playing it single player. You're not wrong, okay, bye. Wow, it's almost been a friend is too much to ask to hang with them. I mean, I'm saying you can hang out and do other stuff is what I'm saying. Besides, it's not like it's not like people ask to hang out with me, so played it once, everyone target me, never touch it again. I'm just saying you can hang out and do something else. There it is. I'm just speaking the truth. I don't think people actually enjoy it that much. I think this is the right place. It looks like it's the right place. DG keeps it real. Nah, DG's just a dick. Straight up. The hunt board to look at the Bomb King. I'm trying to look at the effing Bomb King. God, man. DG stands for dick guy. Better ask your dad on that one. What the fuck? I'm gonna start eating my fucking food on stream, bro. Let's not remember the gaslighting I said last time about compromising your game preference for a friend. I'll say it again. You can hang out and do anything. You can hang out and not play games, villain. It's not about the game. What I'm saying is, you can do anything. It doesn't have to be Dead by Daylight. And just once again, nobody asks me to hang out. What's for dinner? Kebab and chips. I don't know where this thing is. You can make me feel like or sound like the bad guy as much as you want. But no. When I hang out and play some Dead by Daylight? No, not Dead by Daylight. But exoprimal, or maybe just like I'll paint stuff. Where is this thing? No one asks because the stick in the mud sung low. No one asks because they don't like me that much. The ruins of a fallen airship. And within them a beastkin. There instance that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size. I don't know where this thing is, man. It's there. I went there, didn't I? Maybe a different time. Don't know. Let's do it. It's already cold now. Hey, Applebone. Clam. I went here, not there, right? Maybe? Well, the other way around, I think. Restaurant. It's cold now, though. But I wanted to get to another point, another, like, stopping point, and then eat. Right, I didn't go that way, I went straight to the house, because why would I? There he is. Why does no one ever say DG looks like a bomb?
Look what we have here. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Sonic. Does not look good. Surprised it hasn't tried to blow up yet. I was holding on to my limit breaks because I expected it was going to blow up at the end. Or at least try to, so I was going to like unload everything on it at the end. But there you go.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. I should... This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. That should do it.
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
Right, that's what I'm
Told me she
doing.
was building a ship.
Think Mid might need some help tidying up.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Olympic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then. Let's get this contraption up and running. There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly. Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in. Reckon I could work some magic on that.
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest leather supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. Ah, I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo. Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Oh god. Alright, where the fuck am I? Yeah, I was just eating fast.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back.
I didn't get anything else unlocked. Oh, fuck, I'm 5
Come
points
again.
off.
I may have more for you.
Nid told me she was building
Right,
a
I should be able to get the Excalibur sword now.
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
What do you need? Not saying fortune, do you? No scratches, right?
Can't reinforce the purple weapons.
That it? Fine.
Ooh, that's a nice sword.
All right, Clive. Asterix. Mid finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her. Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
Oh, you in a hurry at all, are you?
I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My dear boy, my journey to Canberra has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavours of a certain young friend of yours. Though I for one believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorised use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted, and if rumour has it already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guild masters are rapping at our door, which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill and warn us of any impending attacks. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Thank you, Freed.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place. Of the Seven High House is waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
I might as well bloody how long these cutscenes are.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
Hey, Macho.
It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you. But we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklab markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road.
I'm doing fine, Macho. Have you been well?
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bucklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav.
Already on my way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Whoa.
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Ooh. Alright, we finally get to go to this region. Then what will we do about this?
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
That green water is so nice. Another side quest.
So what do you think? Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye.
Most manly name I've ever heard.
And too much
The
of
most
it for
manly
us
name
to
I've ever heard
handle.
is Macho Ghost
I take it there's
Savage.
danger on the road.
What about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Well, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say?
Don't
Will you
trust them.
Help us out? Chances
Don't trust
are
them
they'll
all.
come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those broad shoulders.
We're lucky you came along. Now, hoping to make a heavy purse in Boklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
Consider it done.
I'm not sure I trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of...
Look lively, you lot. We've got guests.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Macho. The one thing I will say about this game, as good as it is, and it really is, side quests. The side quests are, yeah, they're quite mid. But there are some incredibly cinematic, really kick-ass moments in this game. And the plot is fun as well. It's got some fun characters in it. It's very dark and grim. There's a lot of fucking death and a lot of cruelty.
Nice try.
gotta beat God of War, bro. You know what you have to beat?
Farewell.
You need to beat Garden's Bane DG's Quest with an A+ on every level. There's no excuse really. It is a free game. Here, I'll even give you a code.
Dealt with.
Well, I say code.
No. Where's that card?
Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. There you go. All the information you need is in the link. I'm actually in a couple games now. I also make a cameo in Dead Estate now, which is pretty cool. Pretty happy about that. I'm not famous. I am going to be making in an upcoming game. I think it comes out on the 3rd of July. There's going to be a playable DG in that game. It's called
single bastard breathing.
Loot and Shoot.
Our merchant friend
I
will
believe.
be delighted.
Playable DG in that as well.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
Filmed a commercial that I dressed up as Marty McFly. Skateboard out of the store on my pod. Nice. Purple DG in a loot and shoot game? Well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you?
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least. The path continues on the other side.
That doesn't make me famous. When I make it on TV for being a content creator or something to that effect, or like when they're like, oh DG, do you want to come host Nintendo Direct or PlayStation showcase, etc, etc. But that'll never happen. The final sin.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance in bearers. tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominants and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
Then we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
I hope we get to see Leviathan. They haven't mentioned Leviathan up to this point, but it would be super cool to see. Like, given the scale of this game.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greegar, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths. regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sambrek, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Bro needs a fucking Game Boy.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Baseborn? Does that mean his mother is not of nobility? I'm guessing so.
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
TV is overrated. Games is where it's at.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy.
I would
with
agree.
The Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But...
Oh, Jesus fucking... Those flashbacks. No, no.
Too slow.
Those are not flashbacks. That's happening right now. It's another kingdom. I believe it's the one we're headed towards. Yeah, in fact, I know it is. It's just a storytelling approach. It kind of like flitters about, doesn't it? I think that's why I find it a little hard to keep up with at times. Suddenly a Diablos appears out of the south.
More refugees.
I'd rather a Jean Moran, to be honest.
And they're all making for the Crystalline Dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
Like if we look at the map, we're like round about here, I think. And we're headed towards this.
Careful.
There are no crystals
I would
here.
still try.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
And nasty.
Out of my sight.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. Many thanks. A fine choice.
Any quests here? Ah. Boklad Markets, Dalmatian
Wonders from
Republic.
across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
Is that
How
Peterborough?
much for a measly crust of bread? You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It's quite civil.
Looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an
Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go in and find Good, shall we? He must be around here somewhere.
Never did plate papers, please. Hey, Goots.
Ah, Good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Goots. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I love all the different accents in this.
I know where. I've got a pal in Bocklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no else is missing.
Now else.
Right. We'll meet you there.
Let's keep an eye out for this red chocobo then.
And the other on our purses.
Next to the checkpoint.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Wait! Don't go, El. He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bocklad? I gather Lady Karen didn't send you. So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
Little
We
bear.
don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
Meanwhile, some kid is just chewing on the fucking passport.
Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and two birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion, Goots?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So
Why
either
steal
we
them
find
if they
the
make
people who
fake ones?
took the pass,
They're not like making fake ones, they're just doctoring the ones that exist already.
All right. We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
Is he a himbo? I don't know, he's great though. Except with Crimson Collar from Eloise.
The proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
He is fucking massive.
Out of my sight, wretch!
Did he call me a wench?
Come on, come on!
Jug of snake spit for the road?
The caravan stops next to the check.
Juicy pears!
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? and less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I
Got
interest you?
battered fish.
Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins. by
Which
the
one are
sound
you
of it.
motherfuckers?
We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
All right then. Questioning children. How hard can that be?
You won't find anything of this quality
More difficult than you might think, Jill.
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling...
The kid's just like, future career unlocked.
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
Jug of snake spit.
Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it.
Well, I'm glad somebody else is at fault and it's not me.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Villain, are you implying that I steal from people because I'm a streamer? I just want to break this down.
Peaches and pears.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Those kids rat each other out real quick. Aye. Probably because they're fucking starving. And any amount of attention, money or food.
That's that then.
They'll
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
they'll cough up, do you know?
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance to be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
Scallywag. The kid's name is Scallywag,
Get caught if you
Scamp,
run
and
off.
Peevish Boy. Scallywag.
Going!
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
No offense, but do you really think Jill can handle two little?
I need to find him
Oh,
before
she's
the
just being
employees do.
nice to them. Oh.
We promise.
I wouldn't fall for it, Joe. What was your old nickname, DG? Unwanted?
That's that then.
Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the chocobo pen, but...
There's like 12 people who've just got, and just crumpled. Like, oh, too real. Street Fighter, like, death animation.
Shit. Cornered.
It's all right, Hansa. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Called themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me a good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free.
Yeah, I'm just death.
Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hansa.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise
Goot
is watching
saved
over
them.
them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him!
I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would
The
have
kid has a deeper voice than Goots.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo.
Goots. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister?
The plot thickens.
Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the Cast Stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the Stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the Carstones and we crush them. You get your trader's pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then.
It's not really a plan.
Hansa.
A plan is more like, how are you going to go about that?
They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Lateney's Cleft.
Yeah, I've got a better plan. Let's do what that kid just said. That kid has a plan, not this
Lateney's
guy.
Cleft is to the south, past the camp.
No, you better not have scared any of my bullets.
Oh no, it's more generic soldiers.
That's the one who's been sticking his nose in our business.
You should have minded your
The kid's plan is sneak into an obvious area though. It's more of a plan than saying, we're just gonna go kick some ass. So what's the plan? We're gonna kill him. Not really a plan.
I doubt these were the ringleaders.
But at least we know we're on the right track.
Imagining what they might be saying.
We got company.
Imagine the NPC is like, and that's what I would have said if.
To me, Blade.
Imagine trying to be sneaky while dressed like an edgelord in the desert. Look, I'm not complaining. I love the fact that this game has no stealth. I don't care for stealth.
Not a bad haul today, eh?
Aye. Some of our new recruits are natural-born ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. And Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It will be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Scum. The leaders of the cast stones, I take it.
They're not really well hidden, are they?
Deserve any mercy, Clive.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
I feel like you could probably see that from, like, from the path leading around the side of the waterfall or whatever.
Fuck. It's that guard from Bocklad. Kill him. Kill them all. Die!
Ow. I'm trying to kill the little guy.
Let's try.
Nope. I looked away from him.
Fire and flame.
Try that again. Their tent's got the camouflage green olive tint against the orange sandrock.
And they say crime doesn't pay. Gold chains, rings, purses. And traders' passes. Dozens of them.
Have the names been changed?
Not yet. I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course.
He's just gonna pocket some for himself.
Be sure to tell her of the part I played, won't you?
We'll be glad to.
Fast travel back to the city.
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust?
Quite the opposite.
So it was the cast stones who were behind it all.
You just read the
Theo
title.
told me he'd been on their trail.
Am I? Who knows anymore?
And their demise solves 3 problems at a stroke. That of the pickpockets, the bandits pulling their strings, and the passes they were stealing. I only hope yours is among the items you recovered. Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
His pants are like sloshing with all the fucking coins he's got in them.
Here, Clive. Goots's pass. Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
I will. Thank you.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly. Would it now? Sid. Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
As you now know all too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
I had no idea.
You are
It
a
just so
boy.
happens that we are seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join forces with than the leader in the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together again?
It would be our pleasure.
And our honor.
The honor is ours.
Here, Clive. This is for you.
Crimson Compass.
What is it?
Nah, it's
El
not that
has
hot
friends
anymore,
in high
Fireplace.
places, while I have associates in lower ones. That mark is proof that you're a friend to us both.
2 emblems joined for the collar and compass.
I shall bear it with pride.
Well, all that remains is to wish you a safe onward journey. Goots's pass should secure you a place on the caravan, but if you encounter any difficulties, we would be delighted to provide you with a coach of our own. For a discounted price, of course. Say, 9 million?
We'll try the caravan.
Yeah, it's much nicer now. Can't stand all that heat. It makes it extremely difficult to work. Trader's Pass and reduces thunderstorm cooldown.
Right then. Let's get this back to Goots.
Side quests. Oh.
to the Dominion.
Let me carry your goods.
Pardon me, but would you... That well-notched steel and impressive physique. I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts sent to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, will you ever party to a finer proposition?
Go on.
My arms are yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
That's solid door, man.
Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells. I'd better...
let's do one at a time this time.
Porter for hire.
That's that then.
All these tents remind me of the
There are no crystals here.
that one arc in Berserk with the religious figure going around.
Why am I not surprised?
And the heretics.
You'll hand over your coin if you know it's fit for the end.
Oh, it's one life. Good job, Sub-Zero. Yeah, the priest guy's built different. Yeah. Yeah. Stole the tents outside. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but yeah.
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
Seems like there really was some mythical battle here. I didn't really think too much of it before, but it really looks like there was some huge battle. That you cast those? When?
Not it. right then. Who's first? It's over!
Young Clive battle with Josh. No, that was like on a different side of the continent, that.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods, and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward, history awaits.
Remember that the battle between young Clive and Josh was only like 18 years ago or something like that. And as a part of the legend of the Great Sin, that massive sinkhole, after whoever it was lost, the gods cursed man for bearers and icons to exist. So according to legend, that battle was, I guess, the origin of when icons were created.
Oh no. He's really got himself into trouble this time.
That's very kind of you, Firebliss, but don't. It's alright. Don't worry about it.
It would seem so. Once more, I am in your debt.
This place is a ghost town.
Once more, you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
Because people want to lurk and avoid spoilers, can't blame them. I don't blame them. But I can still state how it's a ghost town.
And so ends a
This is my lowest viewer count in like
Your
fucking
reward for
forever.
humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
14 viewers. Shit. Just upheaval by 3.5. Shit.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
They give DVD another try. Nah, because the thing is with DVD, fan base, whatever, they only care about DVD and literally nothing else. If you play something that's not DVD, they will fucking leave. They will rebel. They will burn you
Something worth
down.
celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her.
I think he's still the top 1% with 14 viewers, right? I doubt it.
If you don't mind me asking.
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Bruh.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All three of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. Three of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
Out of my sight, wretch!
Fuck, it's already 8:35. Let's do these three last
Caravan
side
stops next to
quests,
the check-
shall we?
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
The Empire's your enemy, not us.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to
I
start
don't think
now.
people would care, Dylan.
Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
Something tells me if I'm not the
Flooded with
cute
refugees
ghost,
if we weren't here to stem the flow.
it don't matter.
My heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Yeah, I'll have some as well. I don't even drink. I just want to numb the pain. Time
Don't
to
find
get the
anything of this
makeup
quality in
kit.
Twinside.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Bocklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from San Brec, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
Caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
Jug of snake spit for the road?
Come on, come on!
One fireplace is like, I'll give a sub to the next person who talks that isn't a subscriber. But by the time it's gonna be too late, bro. I'm gonna finish all these side quests.
I've been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from San Brec.
From the Empire to Bocklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
Our new arrivals.
I spoke to your friends.
Shit,
They'll be
man.
along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly.
If you say Dark Souls
While
3
since
times
we
for
all
a
sat
mirror, I
down
might
together,
summon some invaders.
And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Bocklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right, I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 60 bloody 6. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the three pillars of Bocklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
But next time stream, DG will show up in a fancy jacket and a DJ table spinner where it's the controller play Challenger and Dark Souls. Nah, mate. That. I'm too, like, kind of tired of chasing that meat. Do you know what I mean? Damn, man. I know I said I wouldn't care about the
I see you've been of
stats,
some
but
assistance to
fuck,
Eloise.
that's low.
Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding
Probably do
someone.
challenge runs is.
You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Oops, fuck. Problem with challenge
Any
runs
idea where his
is
search for the thieves might have taken him?
it the day, is it the time?
Old
It's
Zemeckis
probably a
Road,
combination of things,
perhaps?
honestly,
He
Fireplace.
doubted they would be fool
The
enough
trouble
to
with
linger
Twitch
here in
is
Bocklad.
it's very difficult
Joseph's
to
lived a hard
pinpoint
life.
where things are.
Made him grey long before
It
his
could
time.
be the day, it definitely could be.
Pray hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
Can't
It's
imagine that
definitely
team
the
of grey-haired
game to some
sellswords
degree.
around.
But it also could be the
Someone
Vtuber
would have seen
model.
him.
And I hate to imagine that or the lack thereof. I hate to imagine that's what it is, because that feels kind of shallow to me.
That's that.
But
then.
whatever.
Daddy,
I thought after that tweet I made did well
Just
with the
information.
mug, people
As a
would
sellsword passed
be
through
more
here.
inclined.
Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know? Bug it off down the road, I expect.
It's almost the end of the
Now, why
month.
don't
I'm
you do
desperately
the
trying to
same
finish all of
and
my
leave me
monthly
be?
work. What's your monthly work, Fireplace? I don't know what you do. The only kind of like hints I've gotten is I think you're working on a game that you don't think I would enjoy. That's all I know. That could be anything. Could be Minecraft 2. You could be working on Dead by Daylight, Rust, Valorant, all the other bollocks.
Straight home now.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm
Starfield.
looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
That's really cool,
Yes, we have.
Fireplace.
We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they
If you
eat
want me
little
to
boys for
promote
dinner.
it when you get a demo, just hit me up. You don't like Starfield?
Told them what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
There's something that recently happened in the news around Starfield. I say it happened around it. It's more like an article dropped from an interview. And this doesn't really like affect how I feel on the game, but I feel like people who don't realize it when they buy the game, like their expectations are up here, but if they'd read the article, their expectations would be down here. And so they're just gonna be quite disappointed. So they were saying in this article, Ancient Sword, that there's about 1,000 planets, right? But only about 100 of them are actually inhabited by like life forms, which you know makes sense. And then you use the that's not so wrong. You use the planets that are not inhabited by life for like mining and stuff, right? But I feel like people are gonna be expecting like really vivid, bright, colorful, lived-in alien planets, and then like 9,000 of them, or whatever, 900 of them would be are just gonna be like void of life, and they're just gonna be like. Hey Curdle, how you doing? How are you enjoying the game? I am enjoying the game. Enjoying the game. Yes. How are you doing, Curdle?
You look happy to see me.
Damn, just got boxed. There we go. How's it going, Curdle? Curdle goes game design as well, you know, chat. Definitely check out Curdle.
Let's get this over with.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
He literally has a fork
I
in
take it
his
things are more
crown.
complicated than they appear.
His crown is made of like shards of metal and a fork.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know why that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead and all the missing food. I launched myself at them full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times
That
were
goblin
hard.
has no fucking
So you
idea what's
spared
happening.
them. And earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed.
He's gonna get eaten.
I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
The weird fucking side quest. He's doing it for the one female sussy looking goblin. Well, I guess stream's about to end, chat. Damn.
There are no crystals here.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
That's that then.
What can I do? Fireplace. Fireplace, what are you doing?
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few
Freed.
loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
Not freed or
He
unmod
certainly
it.
knows his business. You found your thieves
Fireplace,
all right.
thank you. You didn't have to do
I dare
that.
say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph.
You really don't have
And
to
if
do
he
it.
says
Thank
there'll
you,
be no more
Fireplace.
thieving, that's good enough for me.
I knew playing this
Thank you
game
for
was gonna
putting my
fuck
mind at
my
ease.
stats, but
Here, for your troubles.
I want to play new releases. Like, I want it to be expected of my content, you know. Oh. There's one thing we could do before we go. Maybe I'm a fool. Maybe I should play the Twitch game and just do ASMR or hot tub or challenge runs.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Hot tub. Did you see that one streamer? She's probably still here on Twitch, if not on Kick, right? Man alive. She like broke the format of hot tub streaming. If you can ASMR is good. The thing with ASMR is like DVD. If you're not doing ASMR, they will drop you like a ton of bricks. They don't give a shit. But apparently they quite lucrative apparently. There's this one lady who broke the format of hot tub streaming because she would wear a swimsuit that effectively showed off her entire rear, and she would put this massive mirror behind.
Oh,
Is there a format? Yeah. That's what you do. You see, you don't just have
come to claim your just desserts.
you don't just have the fireplace. You basically show off as much of the backside of your figure as possible, yeah, and then put a massive mirror behind you. Hi, Cleric's medallion.
You earned this.
Oh look, if we get 10 more points, we get that.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Again. Here. Increases healing potency of high potions by 25%. That's nice. Ability points are... yeah, I'll keep this on. Yeah, well, I need to bugger off and lick my wounds, basically.